Welcome back to Knockout Stories, my friend. I am so glad you are here tonight. This is your safe space to disconnect, leave the world behind, and let your mind drift. Tonight, we have something truly special prepared for you. So make yourself comfortable. Take a deep breath in and let it out slowly. You are about to embark on a journey through the deep canvas of the cosmos. But to reach the stars, we must first unburden ourselves from the gravity of the Earth. Right now, feel the surface beneath you. Feel how it supports your weight. For the last 16 hours, your body has been fighting gravity. Your mind has been gathering the dense, heavy dust of daily routines, deadlines, and unuttered worries. Close your eyes. Imagine that your anxiety is not a feeling, but a physical weight. A collection of dark, heavy particles scattered across your shoulders, your chest, and your forehead. Now imagine the air around you changing. The room is no longer a room. You are floating gently at the very edge of the atmosphere, where the dark blue of the sky meets the infinite black of space. Here the air is cool, serene, and absolutely still. Let us begin the quantum decompression. Bring your attention to your feet. In this weightless space, the tension in your toes and your ankles begins to dissolve into tiny glowing sparks of light. They detach from your skin and float away into the vacuum, leaving your lower body feeling completely light, completely free. Take a slow breath in, holding the cool starlight inside your lungs, and release. As you exhale, feel the gravity leaving your legs and your hips. The muscles soften, they turn into stardust. Move your awareness up to your hands. Your fingers have spent the day gripping, typing, holding on to things. Let them open. Let them soften. The weight in your palms transforms into a warm, gentle mist that drifts into the dark. Now feel your chest and your shoulders, the place where we store the heaviest gravity of all. Inhale deeply, expanding your ribs. And as you let the air go, feel your shoulders drop. Imagine a gentle cosmic solar wind passing through you, sweeping away the tightness, the burnout, and the noise. You are becoming less matter and more space. Finally, bring your attention to your mind. Behind your eyes, thoughts are spinning like chaotic asteroids. Let them slow down. See them pull away from each other, creating vast, quiet distances of empty space between every single thought. The noise becomes silence. The chaos becomes order. You are no longer carrying the day. The day has dissolved. You are light. You are vast. You are part of the infinite dark, perfectly safe, perfectly still. Your mind is now clear. Your spirit is weightless. You are ready to witness the birth of a new cosmos and the healing of your own. Listen closely as the stars begin to speak. How much of what we call tomorrow is merely the corpse of yesterday, reanimated by the terror of standing still? The alarm clock did not ring, it hemorrhaged. A low digital frequency bled into Arthur's skull at precisely 6:15 a.m., a sound that felt less like a waking call and more like a physical weight pressing him deeper into the indentation of his mattress. The mattress had memorized him. Over 34 years, it had formed a perfect, shallow grave that matched the contours of his spine, an ergonomic testament to a life spent minimizing friction. He lay paralyzed for 7 minutes, watching a single gray square of morning light crawl across his ceiling. The air in his studio apartment tasted of dust and old static. His chest felt tight, bound by an invisible band of iron, the familiar, suffocating compression of morning anxiety. It was the dread not of catastrophe, but of repetition. The fear that today would be an exact, flawless photocopy of yesterday, and that tomorrow would be the same image, slightly fainter, running out of ink. When he finally stood, his limbs felt like wet clay. The routine was a liturgy. Left shoe, right shoe. 3 ice cubes in the lukewarm coffee. The walk to the transit station was a blur of concrete and downcast eyes. Everyone on the platform wore the same expression, a collective, muted numbness, a shared agreement to pretend they were alive. Arthur looked at his hands, slick with cold sweat. His phone buzzed with an email notification. Urgent. Q2 performance review adjusted metrics. The words didn't mean anything, yet they triggered a sudden, sharp spike of adrenaline that made his throat go dry. The modern world didn't require predators to hunt you. It simply required an inbox. He stepped into the train car. The doors slid shut with a pneumatic hiss that sounded exactly like a sigh. Then the train forgot how to stop. It happened between the fourth and fifth stations, in the deep subterranean dark beneath the city's foundations. The rhythm of the tracks, clack, 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 began to slow, but the scenery outside the window did not. The graffiti-scrawled concrete walls of the tunnel began to stretch, melting like warm wax. The fluorescent lights inside the car flickered once, twice, and then died, but the carriage did not plunge into darkness. Instead, a brilliant, impossible luminescence poured through the windows. Arthur blinked, his heart hammering against his ribs, but the tightness in his chest suddenly vanished, replaced by a cold, vacuum-like emptiness. The other passengers were gone. Not missing, but dissolved, their seats occupied by neat, small piles of gray sand that smelled faintly of old paper and unfulfilled promises. The train was no longer traveling through rock. It was skimming across an infinite, crystalline plain beneath a sky the color of a bruised iris. Arthur stood up, his knees shaking, and pressed his face against the glass. Ahead, rising from the salt-white desert, was a structure that defied geometry. It was a cathedral constructed entirely out of frozen moments. Columns of solid, translucent amber spiraled into the stratosphere, and trapped within them were distinct, microscopic scenes. A glass of milk spilling, but never hitting the floor. A man mid-scream, his face contorted in a permanent, silent sob. A clock whose hands were bent backward into a Mobius strip. The train slowed to a halt, its doors sliding open into the impossible air. It smelled of ozone and forgotten childhood summers. "Step forward, Arthur," a voice echoed. It didn't come from the air, but from inside his own teeth, a resonance that vibrated through his jawbone. "You have spent a lifetime building a fortress out of your fears. Come see what happens when the walls grow too high." Driven by a compulsion that felt older than his own DNA, Arthur stepped out of the carriage. The ground beneath his feet wasn't solid. It was made of millions of tiny ticking gears that shifted smoothly under his weight. He walked toward the entrance of the temporal cathedral. Above the archway, carved into stone that seemed to breathe, was an inscription in a language he couldn't read but perfectly understood: the Museum of the Unattempted. Inside, the scale of the architecture shattered his remaining senses. The ceiling was a dome of swirling, dark stars. But these were not burning spheres of hydrogen. They were pinpricks of absolute blackness surrounded by halos of pale silver light. As he stared up, he realized with a jolt of psychological vertigo what they were. Each star was a regret. He could feel their gravity pulling at his mind, humming with the specific frequency of choices he had avoided. The jobs he hadn't applied for out of fear of rejection, the words he had choked back to avoid conflict, the creative risks he had buried beneath the safety of his spreadsheet routine. In the center of the nave stood a deity, or perhaps a monument. It was a towering entity woven from billions of glowing, golden threads, constantly shifting its shape. One moment it resembled a weeping woman, the next a colossal, multi-limbed clockwork beast, then a mirror reflecting Arthur's own exhausted face. It was the weaver of paralysis, the cosmic manifestation of the hesitation that ruins human lives. "You think your routine is a prison imposed upon you by the world?" the entity spoke, its voice a symphony of ticking clocks and tearing paper. "But look closer, Arthur. The loop is not outside you. You are the architect of the track. You run along it because you are terrified of where the open field might lead." Arthur fell to his knees, the clockwork gears beneath him biting into his skin. The existential dread that had been a dull ache on Earth was now a roaring sun above him. He was completely exposed. He could not hide behind his phone, his metrics, or his numbness here. "How do I break it?" Arthur whispered, his voice cracking. "How do I stop the loop?" The entity leaned down, its face shifting into a mosaic of every clock Arthur had ever looked at while wishing for time to speed up. "You do not break a loop by fighting it, little spark. You break it by refusing to provide the power. Look at what your anxiety has built." The entity pointed a golden shifting finger toward a massive mirror at the back of the cathedral. Arthur looked and saw his apartment, his office, and his daily commute, but they were entirely constructed from the frozen, petrified wood of his own anxieties. He hadn't been living in reality. He had been living inside a museum of his own survival mechanisms. And for the first time, looking at it from the edge of the cosmos, he felt a profound, aching pity for the version of himself that was still trapped inside that shallow grave of a mattress. Why do we construct fortresses out of our potential failures, only to starve to death inside the walls? The weaver of paralysis did not blink, for its eyes were made of revolving solar flares that burned with the cold light of mathematical certainty. As Arthur stared into the massive mirror at the cathedral's apex, the reflection of his terrestrial life began to fracture. The image of his corporate cubicle didn't just shatter, it dissolved into a cascading waterfall of glowing algorithms, a binary torrent of what-ifs. "You suffer from the sickness of the cartographer," the entity murmured, its voice now sounding like the rustle of a billion dry autumn leaves. "You wish to map every valley of your future before you dare to set foot upon the path. You believe that if you can anticipate every failure, you can achieve immortality, but you have only achieved a pristine, golden stasis." The floor beneath Arthur's knees suddenly liquefied into a viscous, midnight blue ocean. He didn't sink, but the clockwork gears beneath the surface began to spin frantically, dragging him forward toward the mirror. The glass didn't reflect him anymore. It swallowed him whole. He tumbled through a cosmic throat of pure geometry. He was no longer in the cathedral, but drifting through an endless void filled with floating architectural fragments. Suspended in the vacuum were colossal, levitating filing cabinets made of obsidian, their drawers flung open to spill glowing neon nebulae into the dark. These were the archives of risk. Arthur felt the familiar, crushing weight of his paralyzing anxiety return, but magnified 1,000 times by the scale of the cosmos. On Earth, this anxiety was a tightening in his throat when an unknown number called, or a cold sweat when a deadline loomed. Here it was a literal atmosphere. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and cortisol, pressing against his lungs like deep-sea currents. Every breath felt like inhaling ground glass. "Look to your left," a voice commanded from the void. Arthur turned his head against the agonizing pressure. Floating nearby was a miniature galaxy, its spiral arms formed entirely from unread emails, red exclamation points, and phantom performance charts. In the center of this stellar cluster sat a massive, multifaceted diamond that hummed with a terrifying, high-pitched frequency. "That is the star of perfect outcomes," the voice resonated. "It is the deity worshipped by all who fear the shame of being humanly flawed. It demands total calculation. It whispers that a single mistake will erase your worth." As Arthur watched, a spectral projection of himself appeared before the diamond star. The phantom Arthur was trying to build a bridge across a chasm using nothing but fragile glass rulers. Every time he laid down a ruler, he would meticulously measure it, calculate the wind resistance, the structural fatigue, and the probability of collapse. He spent an eternity measuring, his face twisted in a mask of pure, hyper-vigilant terror. But because he spent all his energy calculating the potential fall, he never actually took a step. The bridge remained a blueprint, and the phantom Arthur slowly withered into dust, holding a pencil. The metaphor hit Arthur with the force of a physical blow to the sternum. The tightness in his chest wasn't a biological malfunction. It was the energetic cost of trying to control the uncontrollable. He had spent years in his mundane routine because doing nothing felt safer than doing something imperfectly. His burnout wasn't from overworking his body. It was from the exhausting, endless mental simulation of every worst-case scenario. "I am tired," Arthur wept into the cosmic void, the tears floating away from his cheeks as tiny, saltwater planets that immediately froze. "I am so tired of fighting wars that haven't happened yet." The void around him began to tremble. The black obsidian filing cabinets began to grind against one another, their drawers snapping shut with a sound like thunder. The diamond star flared, casting a blinding, judgmental white light that threatened to bleach Arthur's consciousness into nothingness. The fear of failure was manifesting as a gravitational collapse. The void was trying to compress him into a single, dense point of absolute safety, a black hole of complete inaction. To survive this place, you must commit an act of cosmic vandalism, the voice whispered, softer now, coming from the center of his own chest. You must embrace the heresy of the uncalculated step. With an effort that felt like lifting a mountain, Arthur raised his right arm against the crushing gravity of the star of perfect outcomes. His hand was trembling, slick with the cold sweat of his earthly panics. He looked at the brilliant, flawless diamond that represented his impossible standards, the standard that told him he must never fail, never look foolish, never be vulnerable. He didn't try to analyze the situation. He didn't calculate the trajectory or the consequence. Arthur closed his eyes, lunged through the suffocating atmosphere, and struck the diamond star with his bare fist. The impact didn't shatter the star with a clean break. Instead, the diamond turned into soft, warm clay under his knuckles. The blinding, judgmental light fractured into a soft, golden twilight. The oppressive gravity vanished instantly, leaving Arthur floating weightless in an atmosphere that suddenly tasted like cool rain after a summer drought. He opened his eyes. The obsidian cabinets were gone. The star of perfect outcomes had dissolved into a gentle cloud of luminous dust that settled over his shoulders like a cloak. The iron band around his chest didn't just loosen, it melted away entirely, leaving a vast, hollow space that felt ready to be filled with something new. He was still drifting in the cosmos, but the void no longer felt hostile. It felt like an empty canvas, waiting for a clumsy, imperfect stroke of a brush. "You have broken the first calculation," the voice echoed, as the cosmic dust began to coalesce into a new, strange landscape below him. "But the museum of your mind has many wings. Prepare yourself for the sea of spent fuel. What if the exhaustion you carry is not a deficit of strength, but the weight of carrying an empire that never existed?" Arthur descended toward the new landscape not as a falling stone, but as a feather caught in a sluggish, heavy draft. The air here did not smell of rain anymore. It smelled of scorched copper and cold ash. Below him stretched the sea of spent fuel, a limitless ocean not of water, but of dark, liquefying oil that moved with the agonizing slow motion of cooled lava. This was the domain of the Great Depletion. When his boots touched the surface of the dark sea, he did not sink. The liquid was dense, tense with the accumulated friction of a billion overextended souls. It held him up, but every step required an immense, grinding exertion. The oil clung to his ankles like phantom hands, dragging at his heels. Arthur looked around and realized the sea was filled with monuments to exhaustion. Floating like icebergs in the black soup were colossal, rusted gears from ancient factories, half-melted engines, and miles of calcified copper wiring that coiled through the waves like dead sea serpents. Ahead of him, rising from the gloom, sat an island made entirely of petrified, bone-white office chairs, stacked in a towering, precarious ziggurat that pierced the gray clouds. At the summit of this ziggurat sat the deity of this realm, the engine of perpetual output. It was a gargantuan, multi-tiered brass furnace shaped roughly like a sitting human figure, but its chest was wide open, revealing a roaring, white-hot firebox. Hundreds of black iron pipes extended from its back, stretching out into the cosmic sky like the webs of a mechanical spider. The pipes were siphoning the last flickering sparks of vitality from distant worlds, feeding them into its insatiable belly. "You call it burnout," a voice droned from the depths of the oil beneath Arthur's feet. It was a heavy metallic sound, like an iron grate sliding across stone. "But it is merely the tribute you pay to the engine. You believed your energy was an infinite well, and that to rest was to commit treason against your own potential." Arthur tried to lift his foot to walk toward the ziggurat, but the oil had crept up to his knees. The fatigue that settled into his marrow was intoxicatingly heavy. It was the exact, crushing weight he felt every Sunday evening on Earth. The suffocating dread of Monday morning, the realization that he had used his 2 days of freedom merely trying to recover enough to sell another 5 days to a spreadsheet. He had been running his internal engine on fumes for so long that the fumes themselves had turned to ash. "I have nothing left," Arthur shouted at the furnace god, his voice swallowed by the vast, dead acoustics of the sea. I am empty. The engine of perpetual output flared, its white-hot core shifting into an angry, pulsing crimson. Empty is an asset, the machine roared back, its words vibrating the very liquid Arthur stood upon. Empty means there is room for more labor. Run harder, Arthur. Efficiency is your only justification for occupying space in the cosmos. From the iron pipes above, a shower of black soot began to fall, dusting Arthur's shoulders. With the soot came memories, projecting themselves onto the dark mirror of the sea. He saw himself sitting at his desk at 9 p.m., his eyes bloodshot, typing reports that no one would read with a critical eye, driven by the quiet, terrifying whisper that if he stopped, even for a moment, the entire fragile structure of his life would collapse. He had conflated his productivity with his right to exist. He looked down at his hands. They were turning to rusted iron, his fingers fusing into rigid, unyielding tools. The cosmic metaphor was clear. By treating his mind and body as a machine to be optimized, he was literally transforming into a piece of the scenery. He was becoming a gear in the very system that was consuming him. No, Arthur whispered. The word felt small, but it was a jagged stone thrown into a perfectly calibrated machine. More input required, the engine bellowed, the ziggurat of white chairs trembling. Generate metrics, quantify your value. The oil rose to his waist. The temptation to simply let go, to sink into the warm, dark numbness of total collapse, was terrifyingly seductive. Sinking meant he wouldn't have to try anymore. Sinking meant the expectations would finally stop. But as the liquid touched his ribs, he remembered the lesson of the diamond star. He couldn't fight this cosmic exhaustion with more effort. You cannot outrun a state of depletion. You cannot fix a burnout engine by stepping harder on the gas. Arthur did something he hadn't done since he was a child. He stopped trying to move forward. He stopped trying to balance. He let his limbs go completely slack. He didn't fight the oil. He didn't fight the gravity. He lay backward onto the surface of the dark, heavy sea. He surrendered to his own tiredness. He acknowledged the absolute reality of his limitation. He allowed himself to be small, to be spent, to be utterly useless to the universe. The moment his spine went flat against the liquid, the rules of the realm inverted. The dark, suffocating oil didn't swallow him. Instead, it grew remarkably cool, transforming from a thick industrial sludge into a deep, supportive liquid that felt like the amniotic fluid of a world before time. The heavy iron coating on his hands began to flake away, dissolving into the current like harmless dust. Above him, the engine of perpetual output let out a horrific, metal-rending shriek. Because Arthur was no longer offering the friction of his resistance, because he was no longer trying to force productivity out of an empty vessel, the pipes siphoning his energy lost their suction. The crimson firebox inside the brass deity choked on its own soot, flickered, and went dark. The ziggurat of chairs began to crumble into the sea, splashing harmlessly around Arthur's floating, resting form. The sky above began to crack open, revealing a soft, pale blue that Arthur hadn't seen since the story began. Rest is not the absence of life, a gentle wind whispered across the cooling waters, lifting Arthur's hair. It is the portal through which the self returns. As he floated, the dark sea began to thin, turning clear and bright, carrying him toward a shore made of mirrors, where the final, most terrifying ghost of his terrestrial life was waiting to meet him. What if the versions of yourself that you failed to become are not ghosts haunting you, but anchors keeping you from moving at all? The gentle current of the clear sea washed Arthur onto a shore where the sand was made of crushed diamonds, sparkling with a cold, terrifying clarity. Before him rose the hall of split horizons. It possessed no walls, only an infinite forest of freestanding door frames made of polished silver, each holding a mirror that did not show a reflection, but an active, breathing, alternate reality. This was the nexus of the unlived lives, the crucible where the modern fear of missing out and the grief of wrong choices were forged into a weapon of pure psychological paralysis. As Arthur stood up, the water evaporating instantly from his clothes, the air grew dizzyingly thin. Every time he took a step, the silver doors around him would shift, their glass panes flashing with vibrant, agonizingly detailed scenes. To his left, a version of Arthur with a sun-bronzed face was laughing on a boat in the Mediterranean, a sketchbook open on his lap. To his right, an Arthur in a tailored suit stood before a cheering auditorium, accepting an award for a breakthrough he had never even dared to conceptualize in his real life. "Look upon them, Arthur!" A chorus of voices chimed from the silver frames. The voices were his own, but layered over one another in a discordant, beautiful harmony. Some confident, some wealthy, some profoundly peaceful. These are the men you were supposed to be. Every choice you avoided created a ghost, and every ghost is more alive than you. The psychological vertigo was instantaneous. Arthur clutched his head as a wave of profound existential dread washed over him. On Earth, this feeling was a quiet, insidious poison. It was the low-grade depression that hit him while scrolling through the curated, glowing highlight reels of former classmates on social media, or the sudden bitter pang of regret that kept him awake at 3 a.m., wondering what would have happened if he had taken that job across the country 10 years ago. Here, that regret was a physical labyrinth. He walked deeper into the forest of doors, and with every step, the pressure in his skull increased. The alternate Arthurs in the mirrors began to turn their heads, looking out of the glass to stare at him. Their eyes held a devastating mixture of pity and contempt. "Why did you choose the small life?" the artist Arthur asked from his Mediterranean boat. "Why were you so afraid of us?" the corporate titan Arthur demanded from his auditorium. In the center of the hall stood the architect of this torment, the prism of Judge Selves. It was a massive floating dodecahedron of pure, liquid crystal that rotated slowly on 3 axes. Inside its shifting geometry, Arthur could see his actual terrestrial life playing out in a loop. The gray apartment, the lukewarm coffee, the silent train ride. Compared to the blinding brilliance of the alternate realities surrounding it, his real life looked like a smudge of charcoal on a canvas of gold. "You are the error in the equation, Arthur," the prism resonated, its facets catching the light of 1,000 unlived futures and focusing them into a single, laser-like beam of white light that struck Arthur square in the chest. "You have wasted the miraculous randomness of your birth on a life of absolute mediocrity. You are the shadow cast by the greatness you refuse to achieve." The light burning into his chest didn't cause physical pain. It caused a deep, agonizing shame. It was the ultimate manifestation of the modern fear of failure, the belief that to live an ordinary, imperfect life is to be a cosmic disappointment. The gravity of the prism began to pull him toward its center, intending to dissolve him into its crystal lattice so that his energy could be redistributed to feed the more successful versions of himself. Arthur fell to his knees, his hands sinking into the diamond dust. He looked at the endless rows of doors, at the infinite versions of him who were happier, richer, bolder, and more fulfilled. He felt completely hollowed out by the comparison. The anxiety that had governed his entire adulthood, the constant frantic need to prove his worth, to justify his existence by achieving something grand, was laid bare. It was a race against a phantom. "They are perfect," Arthur choked out, staring at a mirror where a version of him was surrounded by a loving family he had never built. "I am nothing compared to them." "Then surrender your timeline," the prism commanded, spinning faster, the white light blindingly intense. "Let the ghosts have the flesh." Arthur closed his eyes against the glare, but in the darkness of his own mind, a sudden sharp realization flickered like a match struck in a cavern. He remembered the weaver of paralysis. He remembered the star of perfect outcomes. He looked closely at the perfect glowing Arthurs inside the mirrors. He noticed their eyes. Though they were surrounded by success, by art, by applause, their eyes were completely static. They didn't move. They didn't change. The artist on the boat had been painting the same stroke for an eternity. The speaker in the auditorium had been receiving the same applause without ever stepping off the stage. They were flawless because they were dead. They were frozen museum exhibits of potential, existing only within the vacuum of a fantasy. "You aren't real," Arthur whispered, a strange, quiet strength blooming in his chest. He stood up, breaking the focal point of the prism's light. None of you are real. He walked up to the nearest silver door, the one featuring the wealthy, celebrated version of himself. He didn't look at the success with longing anymore. He looked at the glass and saw it for what it truly was, a prison of expectation. You never had to face the mess of a real Tuesday, Arthur said to the mirror. You never had to wake up with a heavy chest and choose to put your shoes on anyway. You are easy, but I am hard. With a sudden, deliberate motion, Arthur reached out and shattered the silver frame. The glass didn't break into sharp shards. It dissolved into a harmless, sparkling mist. Instantly, a ripple went through the entire hall of split horizons. One by one, without him even touching them, the infinite doors began to collapse into dust. The prism of Judge Selves let out a high-pitched, crystalline shatter, its liquid facets pouring onto the sand like useless water. The blinding light of comparison vanished, replaced by the natural, uneven shadow of a twilight sky. Arthur stood alone on the diamond shore. The crushing weight of who he could have been was gone, leaving him with something infinitely more valuable: the radical, terrifying ownership of who he actually was. The phantom has no power over the living, a voice echoed from the receding mist. But look ahead, Arthur. The loop is closing, and the architect must face the foundation. If you strip away the armor of your suffering, who is the creature that remains shivering in the dark? The diamond shore did not lead forward. It folded inward. As the last silver frames of the alternate realities evaporated into mist, the ground beneath Arthur's feet lost its horizontal geometry. The sky collapsed like a deflating lung, and the horizon bent upward until it formed a tight, suffocating sphere around him. He was no longer traveling through the expansive outer reaches of the cosmos. He was dropping through the plumbing of his own subconscious, falling into the singularity of the default state. The environment materialized as a hyper-exaggerated, gargantuan version of his own childhood bedroom, but constructed out of cold, industrial concrete. The walls rose for miles into a ceiling, hidden by thick, smoggy clouds. In the center of this room sat a bed the size of a city block, its sheets made of heavy gray canvas that smelled of old sweat, stagnant water, and the sharp, sour tang of adrenaline. This was the nursery of his panic. This was the place where every avoidance strategy he had ever devised was born. Arthur landed on the concrete floor with a heavy, echoing thud. The gravity here was erratic, pulsing in time with a sound that shook the foundations of the room. A massive, slow, wet heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. With every beat, the air pressure spiked, forcing the oxygen from his lungs and replacing it with the familiar, paralyzing terror that had haunted his mornings on Earth. It was the absolute core of his existential dread, the terrifying intuition that he was fundamentally inadequate to face the demands of being alive. "You have shattered the outer defenses," a voice bellowed. It didn't come from a deity above, but from beneath the colossal bed. "You broke the routine. You broke the perfection. You broke the comparison. But you cannot break me." From beneath the shadows of the giant bed, the architect of his suffering emerged. It did not possess a grand celestial form like the previous entities. It was a shifting, chaotic mass of raw, exposed nerves and weeping, ink-black eyes, woven together by miles of frayed, sparking copper wires. In its center, suspended like a grotesque heart, was a massive, ancient television screen displaying a chaotic, rapid-fire montage of Arthur's worst memories. The childhood rejections, the times he had frozen during public presentations, the silent, judgmental faces of his parents, the exact moment he had given up on his passions to take a safe, dead-end job. It was the core self-doubt, the fundamental trauma that taught him it was safer to be numb than to be seen. "I am the reason you do not try," the entity roared, its voice a deafening mix of a child's sob and a roaring jet engine. "I am the iron band around your chest. I am the numbness in your fingers. I built the loop to protect you from the world, because the world will tear you apart just as I am tearing you apart now." A tentacle of sparking wires lashed out, wrapping tightly around Arthur's waist. The moment it touched him, a jolt of pure, Unadulterated panic surged through his nervous system. It wasn't an abstract concept. It was a physical assault. His heart raced so fast it felt like it would burst through his ribs. His throat closed. His vision tunneled until he could only see the weeping black eyes of the monster. The entity pulled him off his feet, dragging him toward its center, toward the television screen that was now broadcasting his current real-time breakdown. "Look at yourself!" the monster shrieked, the concrete walls weeping black water. "You are a 34-year-old child shivering on a floor. You cannot handle a simple job review. How can you handle the cosmos? Surrender to the numbness. Let the loop take you back. Go back to the bed. Go back to the gray light. It is safe in the grave." Arthur was suffocating. The terror was absolute, a mind-shattering white noise that threatened to erase his very identity. Every instinct in his biological being screamed at him to fight, to tear at the wires, to scream back, to run away into the safety of a dissociation state. He wanted to go numb. He wanted the photocopy life back, because even if it was a prison, at least the bars were familiar. But as he was pulled to the very edge of the creature's chaotic, sparking core, looking into the mirror of his own lifelong trauma, he saw something he hadn't noticed before. The monster was trembling. The wires weren't just binding Arthur, they were binding the creature itself, holding its weeping eyes together in a frantic, desperate knot. The rapid-fire projection of his failures on the screen wasn't an act of malice. It was a warning system running at 200% capacity. The monster wasn't trying to destroy him. The monster was terrified for him. The realization shattered his mind more completely than any cosmic geometry could. His anxiety wasn't an enemy that hated him. It was a part of himself that had taken a bullet for him in the dark when he was too young to understand the pain. It had built the suffocating routine, the hypervigilance, and the numbness not to torture him, but to keep him safe from a world it thought would kill him. It was a shield that had grown so heavy it was crushing the person holding it. Arthur stopped fighting. He didn't claw at the copper wires. He didn't try to smash the television screen. With a profound weeping empathy that rippled across the concrete sky, Arthur reached out his bare hands and wrapped his arms around the chaotic mass of nerves. He pulled the monster into a tight, desperate embrace. "I see you," Arthur sobbed, his tears running down the cold metal of the wires. "I know you're afraid. I know you've been carrying this weight alone in the dark for so long, but you don't have to protect me anymore. I am grown. I can handle the fall." The monster froze. The rapid-fire montage on the television screen slowed down, stuttered, and settled on a single, still image. A young Arthur, looking out a window at a rainy day, waiting for someone who never came. The screaming jet engine sound died down into a low, trembling sigh. The iron grip around Arthur's waist loosened. The ink-black eyes ceased their weeping, their dark fluid turning into a soft, glowing gold that began to infuse the concrete room with warmth. The entity didn't explode or vanish. It began to melt into Arthur's own chest, its raw nerves integrating into his own body, no longer as an attacking force, but as an acute, sensitive awareness. The giant bedroom began to dissolve, the concrete walls crumbling to reveal a blinding, beautiful sunrise that didn't burn, but awakened. He had not destroyed his fear. He had brought it home. What if the ultimate cosmic rebellion is not to conquer the stars, but to fully inhabit a single, unpromised breath? The blinding sunrise did not fade. It condensed. The architecture of the singularity, the concrete walls, the titanic bed, the smoke of his oldest traumas, evaporated like dew under a summer sun. The vast, reality-bending cosmos that had stretched his mind across the scaffolding of time and regret began to retract, pulling its infinite loops and crystalline cathedrals back into the quiet laboratory of his own chest. Arthur did not wake up with a jolt. He simply opened his eyes. He was back in his apartment. The digital frequency of his alarm clock was humming, but it no longer sounded like a hemorrhage. It was just a sound. 4 short beeps of vibrating plastic, signaling that it was 6:15 a.m. on a completely ordinary Tuesday. He lay still for a moment, testing the air. The gray square of morning light was still crawling across his ceiling, but it no longer felt like a prison cell casting its bars upon him. It was just light, bouncing off dust motes that danced with a lazy, unhurried grace. Arthur sat up. His mattress still held the indentation of his spine, the shallow grave he had cultivated through decades of avoidance. But as he swung his legs over the edge, he realized something fundamental had shifted in the physics of his body. His limbs did not feel like wet clay. The iron band around his chest was gone, replaced by a wide, quiet valley of space. His heart was beating with a steady, unhurried rhythm, the standard gauge of a man who was no longer running from phantoms. He walked to the small bathroom and looked into the mirror. The face staring back at him was still his own, tired around the eyes, with a few more strands of silver at the temples than he cared to count. But the eyes were different. They were no longer the frantic, hyper-vigilant eyes of the cartographer trying to map every failure before it happened. They were present. They were looking at the glass, not through it. He thought of the weaver of paralysis, the star of perfect outcomes, and the sea of spent fuel. They were no longer terrifying deities ruling over outer space. They were old maps he had finally learned how to fold up and put away. He felt a profound, lingering warmth in the center of his chest, where the monster of his core self-doubt had integrated into his flesh. It wasn't gone. It was still there. A quiet, sensitive hum, but it was no longer driving the train. It was just a passenger, resting its head against the glass. Arthur dressed deliberately, left shoe, right shoe. He did not put 3 ice cubes in his coffee to force it to a temperature he could gulp down while running out the door. He sat at his small kitchen table and let it steam, watching the vapor curl toward the ceiling. He took a sip. It was bitter, slightly burnt, and completely real. When he stepped out onto the street, the world had not changed, but his relationship to its gravity had. The walk to the transit station was filled with the same concrete, the same downcast eyes, the same collective numbness of a city rushing toward its daily obligations. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Reminder, Q2 performance review adjusted metrics. A month ago, that notification would have triggered a cascade of ice in his veins. Now he looked at the screen, acknowledged the words, and slid the phone back into his coat. The metrics were not a judgment on his cosmic worth. They were just lines on a spreadsheet, an artificial game invented by humans who were just as afraid of the dark as he had been. They could not touch the sovereign territory of his breath. He stepped onto the train car. The pneumatic doors slid shut with their familiar, heavy sigh. The train moved into the dark subterranean tunnel beneath the city. Arthur stood near the center pole, his hand resting lightly on the cold metal. As the train gathered speed, clicking rhythmically against the tracks, clack, 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 he looked at his reflection in the dark window. For a split second, the reflection didn't show his current clothes, but a faint, shimmering coat of golden cosmic dust settling over his shoulders. The train did not stop forgetting how to stop. It pulled into the 5th station exactly on time. Arthur stepped out onto the crowded platform. The air was thick with the smell of electric brakes and wet umbrellas, but to him, it tasted remarkably clean. He walked up the concrete stairs, stepping out of the underground station and into the crisp morning air of the city surface. He didn't know what his performance review would bring. He didn't know if he would stay at this job for another 10 years or walk out by noon. He didn't know if the creative risks he wanted to take would end in beautiful success or clumsy, instructional failures. The future was completely unmapped, a vast, terrifying, and beautiful blankness. And for the first time in his life, Arthur was entirely at peace with the mystery. He took a deep, unrestricted breath, filling the wide space in his chest, and stepped forward into the uncalculated terrain of the day.